Hello, everybody. All right, let me let people know that I'm live. I don't know if people make it because it's a later stream tonight. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Noel, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, this is starting much later than usual in a different time slot. So I'm not super expecting this to go as well or to get the kind of view counts and stuff that I've been getting the past few streams, and that's okay. 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 Let me do... Oh. Hey, Nabiru. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, let me just let people know I'm live. Hello, Kalora. Hey, Jesus. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, what skirmish game is that, Jesus? Cool. Can't wait to hear about it. This is pretty cool. My RPG group and I decided on making a perfect draw campaign. As the ever GM I'm balancing out the cards that they submitted for their decks. Ooh, nice, Noel Main. Did you see that Perfect Draw released the official release of their full rulebook, and they have it available on itch, so that way, like, if people didn't do the thing and they want the game, they can buy the PDF. You don't know what to draw in your bookmark. That's a good question, Kalora. It's called Brutality. It's a skirmish game made with the idea that you should basically be able to, like, grab a few toys from the toy bin and build them as your army. Ooh, I've heard of stuff that does stuff like that. I saw people do a version of that for Gunpla, for Gundam model kits, where, like, you would stat out your models, and then you would like move them across the floor and like roll dice and do stuff with them in a skirmish game using your model kits to play. I've seen stuff like that before. I can't wait to see how they did it in Brutality. If so that could be really fun. Okay. Excuse me. One thing I do ask, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could like the stream. I know we're starting late, but getting likes while the stream is going helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people and getting more people to see the content, so that's always fun. Okay, posted on all of the socials. They have demos on YouTube where it's like Thundercats versus Predators and X-Men versus Sentinels, but the new book allows for a lot more. Also got a fire idea for a perfect draw campaign. Nice, Jesus. Nice. I'm waiting for my, I think I'm still waiting for my backer code or whatever for my for perfect draw to be generated so I can get the full book. And then I want to go through and see all the stuff that they put together for the full book. Okay. It looks mostly the same? Okay. Well, I still want to get it. I'm just happy that, like, they decided to release the PDF on itch.io. So now if I do further content for the game, I can say, if you want this game, if you want to play this game, here's the link to go buy it from itch, so that way like it can grow and do more stuff, you know. Let's change over. Yeah, it is really great. So I was kind of on fire with these plans for a really cool perfect draw campaign, and then I moved and everything got really complicated, and it's not that my passion for perfect draw fizzled out, I just got caught up in other things, and I just had trouble with maintaining my sleep schedule and with getting stuff done. That like it's just been hard. I want to get back to working on it. But it's just my brain has been in so many different places creatively. Like one of the Lancer campaigns I'm in, where I'm a player, is getting ready to end, and I think whenever we finish that campaign, I think I might have the brain space to make space for a perfect draw campaign. That's cool, Kalora. What was the comic about? Catma. Oh, goodness. So, tonight's going to be a little bit different. Because I was... Oh, wow. That's an interesting situation. So the cat plush was like alive and didn't want to explode? Didn't want to do what it was designed to do, struggling against the cruel designs of its maker? Hey, Aaron, good to see you. How are you doing? How was your week? That's really cool, Kalora. So, the reason why we're starting late tonight is I just finished... Yeah, that's actually a good comparison, Jesus, an Iron Giant story. I am just coming off of a collab. So the first Friday of every month, I do a collab with my friends where we play Raft. And this is like the third one of those. Like, it started as my friend Hero Girl's birthday stream, and then she was like, do you guys want to just do this every month, you know? And it was... The first one was like, okay, it was fun, it was cool, but it was earlier in the day. And then the second one was later in the day, and I felt kind of... You're kind of nervous? Oh, I hope everything goes well for you, Kalora. Know that we're cheering for you. I'm cheering for you. I'm sure everybody else is too. Even though we can't be there to cheer you on in person, no, we're cheering you on in spirit, Kalora. No problem. So, it's funny because last time, the last one of these streams, I mentioned I was feeling a little bit like, not frustrated, just a little bit unsatisfied. At the end of the stream for the second one, because like it started later, which meant my stream had to go later. And it was just like a bunch of stuff. And I felt like I wasn't like filling a role on the team. It felt like everybody had a thing to do. And I was just kind of there. I was hooking stuff in. I was just kind of doing a bunch of other random stuff. But like, I don't know, this stream, this collab, this Raft collab felt a lot better for me because like I knew the controls better, and I kind of fell into a pattern of like there was like I was fishing for stuff. I was one of the primary ones hooking stuff and bringing it into the boat while we were sailing. I helped out with like for the first part I was fighting. We call the shark Melvin, but its actual name in the lore of whatchamacallit, in the lore of Raft is I think Bruce. But as a lot of stuff has been getting built and developed on our Raft, the things have been getting more complex and people have been getting more responsibilities, and responsibilities shifted. And something really interesting happened. Hero Girls had been the one who'd been maintaining all of the food stuff, keeping everything growing, making sure all the food was cooked and grown, and keeping everything running. And someone had the idea that, like, since Hero Girls is the one streaming, that when we get to the islands, Hero Girls should be the one to go to the island. And so that was a big part of what Hero Girls did this stream. Was she went to the island. She went to the different islands that we stopped at. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I was feeling something like a congestion in my nose, so I went and did a quick, like, throat spray thing in order to, like, clear up my sinuses a little bit. Sorry. I've been feeling kind of weird since earlier today. So, in today's stream, with... Hey, LeMay, welcome in. So, in today's stream with Hero Girls & Co. for the collab I was in, since Hero Girls was doing a lot of the stuff, going and exploring and exploring the different islands and gathering materials and all of the adventuring stuff, that kind of, and everybody started going because they started getting more plot stuff, because now the third stream in, and we finally started exploring the story of Raft. Like, I thought Raft was like procedurally generated and just like constant stuff, but like turns out, nope, it's a set world and there is an actual story to uncover, and there is an end of the game of Raft. And in this, our third stream, did we finally start moving towards the plot and uncovering the plot of what was going on. And one little thing that I'd started doing, which was making fishing rods. I would make the cheap fishing rods, and then every time we stopped at an island, I would fish till the fishing rod broke. I would just go and fish and just keep fishing till the fishing rod broke, right? Collecting materials, I was mostly getting fish. I got a couple random things, and all of a sudden, through just circumstance of stuff happening and us doing more, people running around at more islands, people needed more food. I'm not entirely sure what all led to it, because it's not like we had less things growing. People were still manning the barbecue, and I think also part of it was that the wood that we normally use for cooking food was being used to expand the raft, so we were very often short on wood. But anyway, what happened was, all of a sudden, that random thing I started doing where I would just use up 1 or 2 fishing rods and just fish till the fishing rod broke. Just kind of mindlessly fishing, because you throw the thing out, you wait for the thing to bob, and then you hold down the button to pull it back in. So this mindless fishing that I was just doing whenever we stopped at a place, all of a sudden shifted to becoming one of our primary sources of food. We started getting more fruits, so we had tons of watermelons. I guess they were growing watermelons because it was good for water, and we started finding mangoes and getting mango trees and getting all of that stuff, and pineapples. But those mostly fill your water and not your food, your hunger. And then and then they told me to start making that I could start making the tier 2 fishing rods, which use more advanced materials but catch bigger things. So I started using those, and all of a sudden I'm catching bigger fish. I'm catching the catfish. I'm catching these bigger fish that are good for multiple bites, multiple meals. And I kind of fell into my own as like the one who was providing like a bulk of the food. And also like things like hunting the boars and the deer and the shark started getting harder. So we didn't have, like, for the first part, killing the shark was like not super hard. So we were pretty consistently getting shark meat, right? Somebody killed a bird and we had some bird meat, and people found stuff on the islands, and I think somebody killed the boar a couple times to get some boar meat. But then for this one, it was mostly fish. And that was fun. It felt fun being needed and being a part of something. It felt like I was contributing, and I would throw in witty one-liners wherever I could, a pun here and there, but I kind of just relegated myself to being like okay with being one of like the secondary characters, and like everybody else was going, and like somebody had to stay with the boat to make sure nothing happened to the boat, right? To make sure the shark didn't like eat the boat, to make sure no birds were attacking the plants or whatnot. So like when we got to the first story island, and then we got to the second story island where there was this cruise ship, right? That had been left behind with puzzles and lots of notes and lore and resources. And everybody else just I let them go and run and do the exploration and the puzzle solving, and they were fighting these rats. And I just kind of sat like there, because I'm not super good at the combat. I'm not really great at the combat. The controls are not really good for me. I'm more of a controller type person, and this is a mouse and keyboard situation. So I kind of just sat back at the boat fishing and just kind of like listening to them struggle, looking at the notifications whenever they found cool stuff. And just kind of listening to theoretically, no one should have to stay, like after you drop anchor, theoretically the boat shouldn't go anywhere, right? But the shark will sometimes attack the boat and destroy things. If it's not scared off, it'll destroy parts of the boat. Birds will attack stuff. So the boat's not going to go anywhere. Just parts of it can get broken off, and or like birds can attack stuff, and it just helps to have someone manning the boat. Like that's just good to have someone at the boat. And like that was me. That was me today. So I did that, and that was fun. I think I had more fun this time than the last one because we actually started getting progress. We got stuff developed. Our technology was progressing. At the end of the stream, we built engines. Our group had built engines and put mounted engines onto our raft, and we had a steering wheel. So now we can actually go in better directions. We just got to figure out what what we use to power the engine and all that stuff. And like, that's cool. It took a little bit of doing, but I think it started to come out really well. But that was that. So about tonight. What are we doing for tonight's stream? So, on Monday, I outlined acts 1 and 2 of my next novel, Catlandia. Catlandia book 1, right? And I spent some time this week. I was doing some stuff prepping for Lancer and playing Lancer and working with some of my players on some of the stuff. I still have to work out. I still have to get in touch with some of them about some of the Lancer stuff. But when I wasn't like working on Lancer stuff and dealing with other stuff going on, I was thinking a lot about the Catlandia story, about what I want for Act 3. And something occurred to me that probably should have occurred to me a long time ago. That made me feel, I don't know if uncomfortable is the right word, but kind of unsettled me a little bit about the story, about what I was doing, and gave me some doubts and stuff, right? Not like imposter syndrome doubts, but doubts as in like maybe this might be problematic, right? And this might sound silly, but I realized that for the Catlandia story, right? I'm setting it in our world with our nations, with the nations in our world, and basing it on political conflicts and things in our world, right? In order to ground it and make Catlandia seem more ridiculous because it's interacting with modern day regular stuff, right? And for the first 2 acts, that's like okay, right? They're like traveling the world. It gives me a chance to highlight places in the world that are dealing with horrific things. And like I could do some research on some nations and some things that are lesser known that don't get that don't get attention from the media, and then use them as the setting and incorporate them. See, that's one thing, right? That's one thing. But then Act 3, it really does, Naberu. But then Act 3 comes, and Act 3 is supposed to be the war part, the war arc, where some geopolitical power has announced that they're using the monsters, and the main character is Kim. This is the name I'm going to go with. She's the first knight of Catlandia, the Grand General. And she's going to be leading a campaign against this geopolitical power. My current draft and idea had it being the rise of the Neo-Soviets in Russia, right? But like it could just as easily have been like China or some other big geopolitical power. And the more I thought about the actual war part of that, right? The more I realized, I don't know, I felt like I wasn't qualified, I guess is the right word, to write about some of these more complex situations, because the thing is, I'm not trying to make a really big political statement, right? I'm just writing a fun story with cat knights and memes and monsters and all of that, right? But like right now, over there in don't be like Star Wars. Okay, nevermore. I'm not sure what you mean. But like, I'm just trying to write a fun story. And I feel like it's a thing where I guess I could see that. But it's a thing where right now there are real people in Ukraine that are fighting a war against an invading Russia, right? Real people fighting real battles, dying, and real war happening there, right? And like the idea of using that very real setting where there is real things happening, even if I change that, even if I like have different character names and I don't actually use the names of the actual heads of state, right? It's still going, like, because it's the same countries, right? It still says something, right? And like if I use like China for the big bad, right? Then like for one, it's like kind of like making it can be kind of yeah. That's a good way to put it, Nevermore. When it's like there are very real people that are like dealing with real issues, like when it comes to like with China, like there are people in Taiwan that are living knowing that they could be invaded at any time, right? And there's all of that tension over there, right? And it's not even the fact that like I think I'm going to like profit or sell this story at all. That's actually what I was thinking about LeMay. I was thinking that like I would take a step back, set this in a modern day yeah. I was thinking I would set this in more just make things obvious. Yeah. You've drawn the silly. What did you draw, Kalora? Yeah, and it was like I just wasn't comfortable with doing that. And like as I was trying to picture and envision this idea for Act 3, the more I thought about it, the more I realized a loafing Siamese cat. Aww, that sounds adorable, Kalora. Sorry. I started to realize that it was a thing where like I wasn't comfortable using these real situations, these real countries, these real peoples for my story. So one thing that I was thinking that I wanted to brainstorm tonight was creating a fictional world. It's going to be a modern day world. It's not going to have like magic or anything like that. It's going to be a very modern day world. But which is why Catlandia stands out, which is why the monsters stand out. But it's going to be a very modern world, but it's going to have completely different country names and different dynamics. Because I want to make this a fun story about action and adventure, and like, I don't know, I don't want it to get too real. Yeah, Nevermore. That's a good way to put it. Alternate history, alternate Earths. You're doing alternate Earths for your stuff? That's cool, Nevermore. So, we're going to spend the first part of tonight brainstorming public domain superheroes set in an alternate Earth. There are public domain superheroes? Hold up. I did not know there were public domain superheroes. That's really cool, Nevermore. Oh, wow. Clear sky for the background. Sunset could be cool, Kalora, but like depending on how big the bookmark is, you might not have a lot of space for the background. So maybe a clear background might make the actual cat like pop better. I don't know. Putting a crazy horror spin on it. Use Frankenstein and everything. It's pretty big. Okay, Kalora. So Nevermore, you're putting a crazy horror spin on it. That's cool. Horror fantasy, nice. You're gonna try to make a sunset? Cool, Kalora. What's your idea for your perfect draw campaign, Jesus? Some heroes I'm using from the 1940s. Oh, that's cool. And they've cycled into public domain, giving them a modern spin. That sounds really neat, Nevermore. Building a whole world and city. The story to be set, and I'm using it for practice mainly. Oh, what are you practicing for? What are you practicing? Like, what are you trying to practice? So the players start like a super immersive horror-themed hotel, like a haunted hotel, or kind of like the Galactic Star Cruiser at Disney. The place inside is a huge theme park. Oh, short stories? That's cool, Nevermore. I'm gonna make a note of that. Hold on. Public domain. Want to release an anthology? That sounds really cool. I made a note so I can look into public domain superheroes. A zombie invasion happens outside, and the players have to traverse the different theme park areas of the park to collect things. Jesus, that sounds like a really fun idea for a campaign. I'm just curious. How does the perfect draw thing fit into that? Like, are the zombies, is someone creating the zombies and they have to fight a card game battle? Dual ghouls from season 3 of GX. I never got that far in GX. Card games on roller coasters. Nice, Jesus. They get pretty good on the sunset now. Just have to do some blending. Nice. I'm so happy for you, Kalora. Okay. Okay. So we are going to get to the writing page where I am going to brainstorm. Some of them are limited in use. Okay. Infect others by beating them in card games. And if the card games get used in too many duels back to back, it gets infected and ignores your orders. Okay. Cool. I can't wait to see it, Kalora. Yeah, Mickey Mouse is in the public domain, but that's a really tricky thing. So, I've seen different viewpoints on the Mickey Mouse thing, Nevermore. Because multiple works entered public domain, and Mickey looks different and has different features. Because it wasn't just Steamboat. There was like another cartoon, and there was some posters. Cause I watched someone like break it down, that there's like some other stuff where Mickey looks differently in some of the other things that entered public domain. And yeah, like they were like, technically, if you took this part of this image and 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 put them together, you could make a modern looking Mickey Mouse made from just public domain art, made from just public domain stuff. But like, you're still playing with fire. Yeah, gotta be careful. Oh, you joined the Discord? Cool. If you want to post a picture of your bookmark in the Discord on the artist playground section, there is an artwork thing. Yeah. Hey, welcome back, Noel Main. It's good to see you. Oh, you spoke to a lawyer about it, actually. Cool. Okay. Let's get to the actual writing part of tonight's stream, and we're going to be brainstorming up a fictional world. You have a legal... Yeah. Makes sense, Nevermore. We're going to quickly try to brainstorm up a fictional modern world to set this story in, with fictional countries that may or may not be based on real countries, and some like basic descriptors of each. You sense it? Cool. Let me take a look. Oh, that looks so cool. That looks so cool, Kalora. Can I show it on stream? I want to show everybody what you made. That was not the button I wanted. Okay. I love showing off when people do something really cool. Of course, the picture's super huge. Everybody. Look at this bookmark that Kalora made. Isn't it really cute? Great job. It looks amazing. I like the eyes. I love how you did the eyes. And the sunset looks really cool behind it. You can see it's like sitting on the grass. It looks really cool. Thank you for sharing that, Kalora. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. It does have kind of an Eevee look to it. Okay. So. Let's get to this. Where's my notepad? Okay. So. We are going to be working on creating a fictional world to set this in. In order to like, I also like, above all else, like even beyond any profit or any gain that I might have on this story, I don't want to trivialize other people's suffering. I also don't want to I don't want to depict a situation where like these people who are struggling and fighting for their lives are getting rescued by some foreign power that like undermines their independence. And like all the stuff that happens with that. Especially not when it's real people in a real situation. So that's why we're going to be working on creating a fictional world. Okay. It's funny, I was talking to Okusen about this, and I was like, I just didn't feel comfortable about it. And I talked to Okusen about a lot of things just to get a feel on like if I'm being reasonable or not, because Okusen's a good like barometer for like stuff. And Okusen was like, yeah, I hadn't thought of that myself. That like how that looks, and how that does. So now these fictional nations can be related to, or not related. They can be based on one or more real nations. right? But they need to be their own thing. I don't want it to just be carbon copy of like, this is this with a fake name, you know? So, what would the player characters be from? The main ideas I want to grasp for the player characters. This isn't a game. This is a story. Oh my gosh, I've done so much game dev. I've got game dev on the brain, chat. I've got game dev on the brain. So, that's one way to, that's a good way to go about it, LeMay. So, the main ideas I want to keep for this fictional nation that the characters are from, for the sake of the story, is that it is a nation made of multiple member states with a variety of political views. So, a nation made of multiple member states with a variety of political views, dedicated towards having the best military in the world, keeps secrets from its people. Ba, 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 ba. I'll actually do this. We'll make some differences here. We'll say led by a president that changes every 5 to 10 years. So it's instead of 4 to 8, it's 5 to 10. Has multiple political parties. People often see themselves as best in the world at everything. So okay, let me go over why I want these ideas. The nation being made of multiple member states with a variety of political views. There is one of the points that I want to reference if not in this story, definitely in the second story, where there is... Ooh, those are some good ones, LeMay. There is going to be at least one member state of this country that when they find out that that this country made a deal to give this organization independence, they're going to be like, well, we've been trying to secede for ages, and you've been blocking all of our acts of secession, and then you went and made this deal behind everyone's back to give these random people their independence, right? And I want that to cause some friction and some stuff where there's just some friction there, right? Feeling like, well, why can't we just leave? I want them also to have a variety of political views, because part of this doesn't so much come up. This comes up a little bit towards the end of Act 2, and I think it might come into play a little bit in Act 1. I mean, in Act 3. But it definitely comes up in the 10 years later story that I'm planning for Book 2. Where the president makes a decision, and then they're not one unified ball that all thinks one thing. It's got these different people with different views and different feelings, different ideas, and differing viewpoints that disagree on how things should be handled. And that's one of the other themes, is that I have to base it off what I understand, Nabiru, and I don't understand very much. And the whole thing about being dedicated to having the best military in the world comes up in the 10 years later story. And then keep secrets from its people is a big part, where like they keep the whole thing about the alien cells and the monsters and all that stuff. They keep it from their people. And I want the president to change. A lot of this stuff is setting up for the 10 years later story, not gonna lie. Led by a president that changes every 5 to 10 years. Because the idea is that by the time of the 10 years later story, there is a different president from a different political party that has a different viewpoint on the situation and does not want to be beholden to a treaty signed by another political party. And then the pride of wanting to see themselves as the best of the world at everything. Federation. I like Federation. LeMay. Let's go a little fantasy with it. A little bit. Federation of Baronies. could go Armored Core, where it's like the corporations are running things. Ooh. What if it's a thing where, like, in our world, companies and businesses and special interest groups can hire lobbyists to use money and other resources to essentially manipulate lawmakers into making laws that benefit them, right? And different... Oh, wait. No. Would be lobbyists? So I'm thinking of an idea where, like, it's more open, that the businesses are the ones that are running the show of each state. I was thinking baronies, where it's run by some kind of rich investor. Some kind of rich investor that essentially owns the land. Yeah. That's a thought, LeMay. Company towns. Ooh, what if we expand on the company town idea? This actually can work. Expand on the company town idea. And instead of having like a single company town, have a company state. Where where a company runs the entire state. There's technically elected officials, right? That are representatives of the people, right? But Heidi Drago, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hey Silva, welcome to my stream. Welcome everyone. I am welcome raiders. Welcome in on Twitch. I am Oriansenshi. I am a mech pilot VTuber. Hey Hattie. I do a variety of types of streams. Right now this is kind of a writing, brainstorming stream and outlining stream. I've been doing a lot of writing streams lately because I enjoy them and they seem like to be things that people are enjoying me doing, so I'm just kind of rolling with it. So I do writing streams, usually writing novels or short stories. How was your stream, Hattie? What did you get up to? And so yeah, that was I also do TTRPG stuff, character building. Oh, how is that going, Hattie? How is Endwalker? So I do writing streams, game dev streams, TTRPG character building, TTRPG rules exploration, and a variety of other different types of TTRPG related streams. I do some just chatting streams every once in a while. And I do gaming content as well. I have been kind of had the gaming content on a back burner recently. Nice, Hattie. Really cool. So right now, I am working on doing some world building on my next novel project. It is a kind of action, adventure, political drama story that features the building of this very absurd and ridiculous nation called Catlandia that's run by these people who have this advanced alien tech that allows their knights to be bulletproof, and they wear plate mail with kitty ears molded into their helmets that's hot pink and do anime-style super attacks in a modern world. And they're the only ones who can defeat the monsters that some other nation is currently spreading in the world in order to manipulate it. I realized when I was working on this project, when I was doing my outlining, that I was dealing, originally I'd intended to have the story set in the real world. I'd originally intended to have it set in the real world with real nations and real countries like mentioned, right, as the setting. I've since rethought that because I realized that whenever you're dealing with stuff like war and destruction, there are very real people that are fighting very real wars and suffering very real trauma and suffering and dying in very real situations that I feel like I would almost be trivializing with this kind of a story, because I'm not trying to make a political statement as much as I'm just having fun with the story. So in order to avoid references to too many real things, what we're doing tonight is I'm working on doing some world building to try to create a fictional world in a modern day setting that is distinct enough to be its own thing while still having some references or being based remotely on some things from the real world. So that's kind of what I'm working on now, trying to tinker together with that. We're working on what is a kind of fictional exaggeration of some of the ideas that I've gathered from the US. And I had an idea. I was in the middle of it. Okay. Yes, I do have different chat windows. I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Right now, YouTube is on the right, where it's just the words, and Twitch is on the left, where it's in the blue boxes. So I'm dual streaming right now. A different corporation run like a massive company town. Hey Violet, I don't know if you saw what I posted in the Discord and on Twitter that I was in a collab with my friends earlier in the day, which is why this started so late tonight. But it's good to see you, Violet. All right, Silva, it's good to see you. Have a good night. Okay. It's okay, Violet. It's okay. I think I might have announced it when you weren't here before. It just kind of crept up. The first Friday of every month, I do a collab stream with my friends and we play Raft, but I don't stream it. They do. So I did that earlier today. So what we're doing, Violet, is I realized that there was a lot of problematic stuff with setting my Catlandia story in the real world, that it could have a lot of real world references that kind of trivialize or profit off of the suffering and very real situations that are going on. So I decided to separate from that and create a very modern day but fictional world for the story to be set in. So that's what we're working. Okay. Okay. So, Federation of Companies. Yeah, it's definitely fun. I might post a link to the VOD later. I don't do, like, I'm kind of a background character in that. I kind of, like, I throw in witty commentary here and there, and I just, like, help out and stuff. We're playing Raft, so, like, I normally am the one, like, collecting the fish or, like, reeling in stuff. The others are the ones who, like, go to the islands and fight the monsters, fight the rats and do the puzzles and explore the lore and actually, like, do a bunch of the stuff and do a lot of the crafting and stuff. I just had a thought. Chat. So, this idea for the kind of representation or like the kind of legally distinct United States is I'm going to call it the Federation of Companies. The idea is it's a group of companies. Each company has a massive, like, instead of being a company town, it's a company state. There is an elected government that can be kind of like connected somehow to like union representation that represent the people. But like there's still like a company town. And then so I was like, okay, Federation of Companies, and then I was like, FC is the acronym, right? Can't do FOC, right? Because like when you sound that out, that just sounds terrible, right? And then I was like, what if I made it United Federation of Companies? Hey, that sounds really cool. What's the acronym for that? UFC. Ooh, no. Corpos. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of it as well, Violet. Especially because this, while there are political references and there are political ideas involved in this, right? I am not trying to write this to be some kind of like big advanced treatise on politics where I'm like presenting some like new political theory or something. This is just a silly story, like, and I don't want to be. I don't want to really be insensitive, like you said. It's sensitive about serious topics. Okay. Ooh, actually. They haven't gone to space yet, not Violet. That might be a later book. But they're pink armored. They're pink armored knights fighting monsters. Future goals, yes. With just reviewing cards for the campaign, I'm struggling to balance an ace card. It basically grants you, the character, the ability to recover energy resource when you play a spell. Depends on how expensive the things that use resource are. Because it relies on another spell being cast, I would say it's not consistent, but it's definitely powerful. But if you have a lot of things that can, a lot of things in the deck that the resource can be spent on, I'd say it might need to be versatile. And depending on how expensive things are, you might make it powerful 1 or powerful 2. Like if you usually need like 2 resource for something, getting 1 resource every time a card gets played would probably be like powerful 1. Or maybe even a ribbon. Okay. Adults can buy citizenship by purchasing a share in the company that owns their state. Okay. Do-do-do-do. I like this idea. Because this creates a precedent for Catlandia. Because Uh, because Catlandia would essentially be an independent member state, because it is a company town that is owned by the Queen of Catlandia. With an elected government that manages the people. So then it creates a framework for Catlandia to exist. Except Catlandia is trying to exist separate from the Federation of Corporations. What do I want for the bad guy nation? The spell costs 2 energy. The effect it gets you. Oh. Oh, Noel, man. I didn't understand that's how that meant. I thought it was a thing where every time someone plays a spell, you gain 1 energy. So, like, if the spell would normally cost 2 energy, you gain 1 energy for costing it, so it only costs 1 energy instead of 2. I didn't realize it was you gain back, you go +1 on the effect. That's powerful. I got a name. It's silly, it's generic. It's silly, it's generic, just the People's Republic. PR. No. Gotta lay it on thick. DPR. That I'm okay using an acronym for. Because DPR, damn it, is usually associated as a gaming term, but it's not the name of an actual organization. Yeah, having big field wipe and big like massive burn damage spells can be complicated. Okay. It might be fun to have companies that supplies worker staff called National Personnel Company. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Now it's making me so okay. I said for the Federation of Corporations, I was debating calling it the United Federation of Corporations because that sounds really cool, but the acronym is UFC, and that's actually a company name. That's an actual company acronym. That's a trademark. So like if I use that, like, that's a no-go. But National Personnel Company is funny. Yeah. Cashback 1 energy on spell effect. Make so the victory condition deals less damage or increase the number of spells. Well, 9 spells is a lot over the course of a perfect draw game. Like, when considering in a perfect draw, you start with 4 cards in your deck. Like, depending on if you have 2 to 3 of those being spells, that means you have to cast every spell in your deck 3 times to set it off with 9 spells. So like that might be a little bit much. So DPR is the bad guys. They're doing a bit different, a modded game per se. We kind of like the Perfect Draw system for its narrative effectiveness, but card gameplay is a different story. Okay. I like that NPC acronym, Violet. I like that NPC. Neutral People's Company. Organization that maintains international law and investigates war crimes. They work to hold the world leaders accountable for their actions that are made up of representatives of all the nations that accept their authority but work to remain neutral and seek truth wherever possible. Okay. A true NPC, yes. I want them to join with the characters in Act 2, following them around on their journey, acting as translators and making sure, and essentially quest givers, like tracking down information and making sure that international law is being followed and all that stuff. So Neutral People's Company. Okay. Nine spells are a lot to cast, considering that each player has a deck of 30 cards, 2 to 3 copies of each specific card. I'll tune it a bit more, I'll tell you about it later. Okay. That sounds like a very different play style than Perfect Draw. I'm interested to see what tweaks you made, Noel Main. Okay. Okay. I do find interesting the designing of the Federation of Corporations, the FC. It's kind of Starship Troopers-y. Where it has the military, must serve in the military, but also you have to buy a share in the company. And that creates a situation where you have to you have this like different class system that would form in the situation where excuse me, the business owners are the citizens, right? And then the employees are the non-citizens. And then only the citizens are voting on things for the government. So only the business owners are voting on things. And as the company makes money, the citizens make money. Ooh, if it creates a thing where the citizens are receiving payouts, but then the non-citizens have to pay taxes. Ooh, okay. Citizens get a payout of the company's profits. Non-citizens have to pay taxes. Okay. Okay. I think that's the basic bit. I can come up with names for some of the individual stuff later, but I think those are the three big players. There's one other big player. We're just laying on with the silly names, but they're still making sense. International Medical Organization, IMO. Okay. BBG. A villain company. So, okay. I had a thought that I might be able to do something with that, Violet. About like how, when I was brainstorming how I wanted the war arc to go. I was brainstorming, what if there was like an Elon Musk type character? Maybe. What if there was a character who like had a bunch of money, richest man in the world, but was a troll and was like an edgelord troll. And like, as soon as he saw Catlandia and that they're going to be given the chance to be their own. No, I would never compare Elon Musk to Kaiba. I would never insult Kaiba like that. But he sees Catlandia. That's going to be getting recognized internationally. The NPC and the IMO are already recognizing Catlandia as they're on their way to deal with DPR. And it's already, and he's like, I want that. I want to do that. Right? And but his company wasn't one of the companies that founded the FC. So he's operating his own business, but he still lives under another corporation, right? Even though he makes so much money because of all of his deals and business dealings and what have you, right? And he decides to say that he wants to start his own corporation, his own independent state that he would call Doglandia, that he would just use to be like, I'm gonna attack Catlandia. And everyone's like, well, that would put you on the wrong side of this war. And then all he does is just interfere. He doesn't like do anything relevant. He just gets to be annoying. And I thought about having that be part of the arc. But I wasn't sure what I wanted that to look like. Yeah. How do I make BBG? Yeah. Someone who who can't read the room and doesn't recognize the reason Catlandia is being recognized as an independent state isn't because they had all this money. It's because they took the risk and they developed the research to give them something that nobody else has. It's got to be edgy. Okay, hold on. Um, but oh, good night, LeMay. It was great seeing you. Have a good night. Edward George. Okay. Works. Okay. Tech company that works to train and lease out independent. Forced a lot of jobs to start working. It's caused a huge increase in demand for tech professionals, and his company ballooned. Okay. Newer company, so not a state in the FC, but due to increased cash flow, has been applying for statehood for the last 3 years. Okay. Edgelord. Also, real quick, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but if any of you have whatchamacallit, blah, 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 why did my phone just go off? Oh. If any of you have an account with Epic Game Store, a game just went free. Epic Game Store gives free games out a lot. And there's a game that's free until June 13th, Marvel Midnight Suns. I don't know if it's any good. I know it's expensive. It's like a $60 game, and they're giving it away for free on Epic Game Store. So if you have an account with Epic Game Store, that might be something you're interested in. I just grabbed that earlier tonight, so I wouldn't forget. Okay. Jealous. He isn't used to hearing no. Okay. Make monster dogs to fight the Catlandians. So there will be reference to there being a pandemic previously, and the idea here is that Edward George Orville, Ego, runs a tech company that works to train and lease out independent tech professionals. I misspelled independent. I swear I know how to write. Independent tech professionals to fill specific roles and solve problems for big corporations. Currently, he's investing in designing automation systems to replace large amounts of the workforce internationally. There was recently a pandemic that forced a lot of jobs to start working remotely, which caused a huge increase in demand for tech professionals, and his company ballooned in size and money. A newer company, so not a state in FC, but due to its increased cash flow, has been applying for statehood for the last 3 years. Absolute troll and edgelord sees Catlandia and how the IMO and NPC are recognizing them, and that the FC has promised to give them independence and help them gain territory. Thank you, Violet. Help them gain territory, and he gets jealous. So first, he tries to buy Catlandia. But they tell him they're not for sale. And he isn't used to hearing no. So he isn't used to hearing no, and he lives in a world where money can get you anything. So this is foreign to him. Being told that something's not for sale, the concept of something not being for sale is completely foreign to him, right? And he gets mad and says that since his company's mascot is a dog, he will join with the DPR to get their monster tech, make monster dogs, and fight the Catlandians. He doesn't succeed and is more of an annoyance than a threat. Yeah. That's what I'm going for. Okay. I kept the names. And it's a thing where, like, the names themselves, like FC is like in Final Fantasy 14, that's the abbreviation for Free Company, which is the guilds in Final Fantasy 14. I played that a little bit. So like all of these acronyms like mean something, right? But the names themselves are not silly. They're still relatively serious names. But that's what makes Catlandia so ridiculous, because Catlandia doesn't have an acronym. Catlandia is just one word. So it's different. It's one word. Ooh, I just thought about that. That makes Catlandia really different. Catlandia is one word, doesn't have an acronym. Which makes it stand out. If the entire rest of the world is multi-word names that are acronyms. Ooh. Mm-hmm. That's a fair point. I think it's different enough. I think ego. Thank you, Nabiru. I think Ego and like SpaceX and stuff is different, and like Ego and BBG are different enough from like Elon Musk or SpaceX or any of his companies. They're different enough that they are legally distinct. He's just a rich man who happens to be the richest man in the world, but he gained it through like a whole bunch of tech stuff. Okay. Yeah. It makes Catlandia. Okay, Violet, I'll see you when you get back. It makes Catlandia this outlier. And it makes Catlandia even more outlandish in this fictional world. Actually, okay. I like that better. So I changed this around a little bit. So before it was the whole thing of you buy a citizenship by purchasing a share of a company that owns your state, or and then I said that you have to serve a term in the military to be able to buy it, to earn the right to buy a share, right? And I was like, well, what if I separate the two, right? In order to really lean into this financial class divide of FC. Have it be you can buy a share in order to gain citizenship, or you could serve a term in the military. Serving a term in the military nets you one share. Every time you re-enlist, you get one more share. So the longer you're in the military, the more shares you get. And the more shares you get, the more money you get kicked out to you. Whenever they pay out their profits. Yeah, what I wanted to create for FC was this pipeline where it's like, well, a share is not a percentage. A share is a piece of a percentage. And as more people get shares, they issue new shares every time. Like every time someone else buys a share, the overall individual value of every person's share goes down. Hey, Shy. I'm doing some world building. How are you doing? Something like that. So it plays like the stock market, essentially. Okay. How was your week, Shy? All right. So now we have the world basically built. Now I just have to actually plan out mine was all right. I was busy with a lot of stuff and dealing with stuff this week. Had the exterminator finally come on Wednesday and spray for bugs. And then Thursday, like my fridge was like not working. And I had to call the technician and the lady was like, "Well, when did you notice it?" I'm like, "I just noticed it." And she was like, "Well, when was the last time you used your fridge?" I'm like, "Well, I put something in there last night and it seemed like it was fine." She's like, "Well, stuff's not going to defrost over 24 hours. Or she didn't say you'll be fine. She's like, "Stuff shouldn't defrost over in less than 24 hours." And I was like, "Okay, well, like, I don't know what to tell you." So technician came yesterday, found that my refrigerator had tripped my breaker. And then when he plugged it in and reset the breaker, it instantly re-tripped the breaker. So like he unplugged it, flipped the breaker back on, then plugged it back in, and it was working fine for a bit. And he was like, "Okay, you need to replace we might need to replace the breaker. Also, the power cord for your refrigerator has like electrical tape on it. I don't know if someone did work on it before, but we might need to replace that electrical cord if it's got a short or something." So me, I'm like, I didn't even know you could replace breakers, which it makes sense. Of course you should be able to replace Well, my apartment complex has their own technicians that just outsource to, like, they do a big bulk of the stuff themselves. So like they said they're gonna get the parts and then they were gonna come today. And they're like, and I'm like, when will you be here so that way I could be awake and be ready? And he's like, well, when do you want me to be here? I'm like, well, I want to get it dealt with in the morning. So can you come between like 9 or 10 in the morning? So I went to bed super early last night. I woke up super early this morning and I was waiting. And then like they didn't get here till like noon sometime. And I was like, what? And they're like, listen, sorry, we're late. I'm like, I'm just glad you're here. And at some point last night, over the course of the night, my breaker tripped 2 more times and I had to reset it myself. And so they were here and it was really funny. They were working on my fridge. They replaced the breaker and then they were working on my fridge. And there was the 2 technicians and one of them was like doing a lot of the work and the other one was kind of like hanging out. And I'm like, not going to begrudge a guy like bringing a friend to a job, like not even, right? But then one of them was like, hey, have you sent in a ticket for your AC not working? I'm like, I just thought it was a bad AC. Like I just thought that the AC was just terrible. And they're like, no, well, I didn't tell them that, but I was like, oh, no, I didn't realize. They're like, yeah, your AC is not blowing cold air. I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, I was like, can you fill in a ticket? Or do I have to call it in? They're like, well, you have to call it in. And as soon as you call it in, I can call a specialist technician to come out here and work on it. And I'm like, okay. So I called the front desk and I was like, my AC is not blowing cold air. She's like, okay, I'll put a ticket in. I'm like, okay. I like tripped over my words a bunch because I was really nervous because phone calls make me nervous. And so did that. And he like took apart part of my AC unit and was like, okay, this is what's wrong with it. He took a picture, sent it to the technician, and was like, this is what needs to get replaced. They need to come out here and replace it. And he told me they might have someone out here this weekend, but it'll probably be Monday. And I'm like, you know what? That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I wish I knew when they were getting here Monday so I'd be ready for them, but you know, whatever, sure. I just hope they don't come like while I'm shopping or something. So that happened. And now I've got this like feeling like in the back of my throat ever since I ate food. And I'm worried that it's a thing where like some of my food defrosted and that like I got like, I don't know if I was like feeling queasy after I ate food this morning. And I was like, I don't know if there was something dangerous without it defrosted and then refreezing and all that jazz. So I felt a little bit queasy and I was just really tired all day today. And then now I've got this thing. It feels like my sinuses are like backed up. Oh my gosh. Voicemails are so terrifying for me. It's like my sinuses or my nose like backed up. Like there's something up there in my sinuses, but I don't think my sinuses would have been affected by like some food poisoning. I don't think that would have been connected. So I don't even know what that is, but I've been dealing with that all day and I don't know what it is. And I hope I'm not getting sick. Maybe. I haven't really dealt with allergies in a while. You would have been heated, Shy. Okay. I'll probably take something. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. So what we're doing tonight, Shy, is I realized that like setting my story for Catlandia in the real world runs into the problem of like actually making references to real conflicts and real situations and real people, which is not what I want for the story because I'm not trying to make some kind of a big political statement. And I decided, well, I was kind of had some political ideas or political statement ideas for book 2 to kind of delve into that more. But now I think I want to rewrite some of the stuff I do for book 2. Yeah, that's true, Shy. I don't know if, because like I live in subsidized housing, so I don't know if the cost of like the technician stuff is gonna be covered under my rent or if I'm gonna be getting a bill for this. I don't know how all of that works. I think it's a thing where the apartment complex pays for that because they're the landowners. Okay. So I'm working on creating a fictional world that's like our own but different and exaggerated in some ways. Um, to set the Catlandia story in. Okay. 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 Lots of rivers and canals. Okay. Okay. So now that we have all of this stuff put together, let's slide back over to the outline that I've done so far and gonna take a look at that outline, tweak all the things I need to switch over from the real world to this fictional world. Do I want to call the what do I want to call this fictional world? What do I want to call this fictional world, chat? Something silly. Excuse me. What's a good acronym? Also, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. If you haven't liked the stream already, it helps the algorithm with pushing out to more people. I know we're running later than normal, but it definitely means a lot and helps a lot. Okay. Trying to think about something acronym for Earth, planet. I looked up an acronym generator that uses a thesaurus. I don't know if this is an AI tool. I was hoping it would just like give me a list of words that use Earth. Huh? Oh, okay, shy. Pangea. Looking up why. I don't want to use Gaia. Oh goodness, Shy. Uh, I just looked online and someone had the suggestion of naming the Earth after a company, the idea of like post-corporate wars. Post-corporate wars. Somebody Wait. Humans. So what's the word? Farmable. No. Arkansas's nuclear. I got an idea, chat. I got something. It's a place where humans live. Sea of the Morning Star. Okay. Oh goodness, Shy. keeping with the trait of the silly acronyms. So one of the traits for this world is that everything has a silly acronym. What's silly to us, it's not silly to them. But it has a silly acronym, but it is a serious name. Earth is called HR, Humans Repose. Because it's the place where humans rest. Creme brulee. Oh, goodness, Shy. Okay. Yeah. I had to come up with one of these on my own, Violet. I couldn't just keep letting you come up with all the cool acronyms. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Violet. Thank you. Okay. So now, let's fix all of this. Would help if I had the chat available so I could read the chat. Okay, there we go. Yours were good. I was just looking for an acronym, Shy. That was the thing. Ba 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 ba. Lobster could be an island country in a food-based world, Nabiru. All right, Violet, have fun. Macaroons are overrated. The French people hyped it up too much. Now, whenever I'm expecting to bite into a burst of flavor, I taste nothing but bitterness. Oh, goodness, Shy. Oh, wow, that's expensive, Shy. Okay. I bet you were, Shy. Cream puffs are also overrated. The first time I took a bite was the last. Oh, goodness. Prettier version of, oh, goodness. Hmm. Mm. Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. Uh, okay. All right. Okay, so now we're all caught up. Act 3. Let's outline Act 3. But the blueberry ones, to be honest, overrated and soggy to... That's one way to look at it. All right. Okay, so now we got Act 3. Now let's look at what is contained within Act 3. Okay. Okay. Calm Before the Storm, Plot Twist 2, Darkest Moment. Power Within. Okay. Yep, we finally moved on to Act 3. Created a whole new world and outlining Act 3. My favorite pie, I like apple pie. I grew up on apple pie and ice cream. And I know it's plain, I know it's boring, but like a warm slice of apple pie with the cool ice cream, the vanilla ice cream, just does it so well for me. I can't eat it anymore because all the sugar and I'm diabetic. Though I don't know, like apparently, like I saw a news article, apparently like China is working on a cure for diabetes. So who knows what that looks like. Okay, calm before the storm. First. Okay. Okay. This is block 7. Hero faces defeat. Victory seems impossible. Mm-hmm. Calm before the storm. Yeah, it is real good. Hero must find power and take action. This is where all the plot lines converge. Hero fights and wins, resolving the quest. Battle climax resolution. Yep. Okay. So now let's actually define what's going in these slots. I've had cherry pie before, Shy, and it's pretty good. I like it. Not as much as I like apple, but like depending on how you get it made, cherry pie can be really tart. Oh, excuse me. Bakery. No, opposite of bitter. Like citrusy. Like it's like so sweet. It's like so sweet that it kind of has more bite to it. I don't know if bittersweet's the right word. What's a good way to describe tart? A sharp, okay, I guess bitter works. A sharp or bitter or sour flavor, often used to describe acidic foods. So it's a sharp, almost sour flavor. I don't know if bitter is what I'd use for it, but it's definitely got like a sour is a good word for it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not really, Shy. I'm not a big fan of Hell's Kitchen. How could I? What part of my content makes you think I would like Hell's Kitchen? Of course I like TCGs, Jesus. Oh, that's funny, Jesus. Now, some of Gordon Ramsay's stuff, like Kitchen Nightmares and stuff, where like he goes around and he's helping people and trying to help them rebuild their businesses and all that stuff. Some of that stuff I really like because it has this heartwarming ending and all this. But like, I like when I watch it on TV, and it's funny, I used to watch it on TV all the time, and I just got used to the bleeps, right? And then I watched it. Yeah, Hotel Nightmares. I like that one too. Jesus. But like I like watching it on TV, and then like whenever I went to watch it on like YouTube or like on Netflix, and like it's uncensored, I didn't realize how much cursing was in that show. Like I just tune it out because of all the bleeps. I'm just used to tuning out the bleeps. And then like I actually watched it on Netflix, and it was like, whoa. Just pulled me right out of it. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. I believe you, Jesus. I believe you. That's cool, Jesus. If it was any TV show, which one would I not be on? Probably like Fear Factor or any of those like crazy reality shows. Especially ones where like you have to like be recorded 24 hours a day. Absolutely not. Do you have a lot of survival skills, Jesus? I don't even know what that show is. Okay. So that's the plot twist, is the ego. So now it has to be the darkest moment. Ah. All right. Nice, Shy. Now the darkest moment. I hadn't thought of that, Shy. I have to come up with Kim's background, which I have to flesh out Kim as a character, which I still have to do. I probably should have done before tonight. Lol. I've seen bits and pieces of Hoarders. Yeah. Yeah, let's do torpedo. Let's do naval battle. Hmm. It's funny, when I was talking with my lawyer about my disability case, he's like, have you ever had anything to do with hoarding? And I'm like, I don't have enough money to hoard things. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that just sounds disturbing. Hmm. Mhm. Okay. Mm. Ooh, that's cool, Shy. Yeah, Barbies are nuts. Oh goodness. Somebody buys a storage unit, gets a gold mine. Hmm. Yeah, rich hoarder, exactly. Ooh, nice. Speaking of trailers, Jesus, did you see that? Has anyone seen the Monster Hunter Wilds trailer? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The Monster Hunter Wilds trailer was lit. All right, all right. Character we're getting for year 2, and let's just say some. Okay, okay. Yeah, the Monster Hunter Wilds trailer I thought was really cool. Ooh, okay, cool. Thanks, Jesus. Elden Ring does look interesting, but I'm not sure if I would go for it. Like, that's just a very intense kind of game. Okay. Ugh. Okay, Shy, I believe you. Mm-hmm. All right, so converge. This is where all of the plot lines need to be converging. So we had Power Within, where Kim struggles to find the confidence of what to do now. And Kitty inspires her. And Kim goes and meets with the other the night captains, and inspires them by reminding them of how far they've come and that they need to find a solution to this. So now it's time for things to converge, all of the plot lines. So we had the whole plot line in Act 1 with setting up Kitty's growth and the development of this technology, and Kitty going from being super dedicated to making money for herself to seeing this as a group thing. Then you had Act 2 with Elise, and Elise's journey was about learning to be a part of something bigger. Learning about the cats, learning about all of the stuff that happened before even the crisis. So I want to refer to this crisis before, where they got overwhelmed. And overrun. This is the midpoint. Let's use this. Oh, yeah, it's late here, too. Good night, Shy. It was great seeing you. I'm almost done with this myself. Shy, I want you to know I value you, and I'm grateful that you stopped by, and I am always glad to have you in chat. Have a good night, and I hope you have a great weekend, Shy. No problem, Shy. I think it's important that we all speak positivity and goodness into each other's lives, saying good things and things that we hope and dream for each other in order to encourage each other to live better lives every single day. Okay, so this convergence is bringing together the plot line that was started in the midsection. Like we're tying together these plot threads, right? You have the inciting incident about where, like, you start with the inciting incident with Kitty learning that there's more to this world. Well, Kitty's like driven to build her wealth. And the other side of this is also, all of this is coming full circle, because the Kitty from Act 1, if she'd been approached by someone offering her $1 billion for Catlandia, I have to make a reference to that. $1 million. So in the plot twist 2 in chapter 20. Yeah. So she has been working towards trying to be a billionaire since she was a little girl. And then now she gets this offer. And even whenever she took Catlandia, right? When she went for Catlandia, her initial thing was, like, her initial offer for Catlandia was, I'll front the money, but I get to keep the profits. She was still in that profit mindset for the initial offer for Catlandia. She was like, I'm gonna put the money down, but I'm gonna make the profit. So it was still a chance of her making a profit and making back that money and then reaching her her $1 billion goal. Right? And then, so like that's where you leave her at the end, and like the other researchers are like, there's more to this. And then you see her in Act 2 when she's had this character growth and she's talking about this stuff that she's had, and you see how she and Elise interact and the way that Catlandia runs aboard the ship, aboard the tow beans. And then it all comes to this moment here where, like, she gets offered 50 times her dream. She was shooting for $1 billion. She gets offered $50 billion for the throne. And she turns it down. And then in 24, this is the convergence of the plot line from the midpoint, where in the midpoint you see them fighting this desperate battle. And this is kind of like an opposite situation. In the midpoint, right? They were surrounded by innocents. They were caught by surprise. Yes, the toe beads. They were surrounded by innocents. They were caught by surprise. They won, but there was heavy losses. And this is setting up for chapter 14, take 2, Electric Boogaloo. Where now they're in this desperate situation where they are surrounded. And they have to come up with a solution. And actually, hold on. Ah. Okay. Mm. Okay, how many shielders would they have? So I'm imagining they have swords, lances, bows, and shields. So that would be if it was. That would be with 4 of them. Uh 40. If it's evenly split, it would be 45 if they have 180 knights. Yeah, 45. I don't know why I needed to count that. It just seemed like it was too small. Too large, actually. Okay. So I have all 45 shielders protecting the ship. Okay. So they're going to need to protect the bridge. They're going to need to protect the bridge. What you got? What do you need, Violet? I can't promise my advice to be good, but I'll give the best I can. We're on number 13 of Act 2, a pressure chapter that builds into the midpoint. The final character of the cast needs to be introduced in this chapter. Oh, he invades the hero's ship, but is surprisingly easy to subdue despite being a major threat. This is because he's giving up in order to get to his real goal. Now, he's a pretty important character that is mentioned a little bit throughout the story as the catalyst for the major conflicts that are happening. Okay. Sounds good, sounds good. 13 is the build-up where you start building up to the crisis in the new world. But I'm worried this is too late to formally introduce him since it's about halfway through the story. He's technically a side character, but he is very important, so I'm wondering if I need to introduce him earlier since he's a big part of Act 3. Well, like, it depends on how much time you spend with him when you introduce him. And how you use those time, how you use those words. Like, for instance, in my story, right? Each one of my 3 acts has a different protagonist. And I introduce that protagonist at the start of the act. So it's like, it's definitely doable. Like, for instance, Kim, the Grand General, I mean, she doesn't really take a front and center stage till Act 3, but I'm thinking I'm gonna have her like referenced as a character, like as a background character in some bits of Act 2, for some of the conflict. Yeah, but I do introduce Kim as a character in Act 2. I think it's kind of up to you. My best suggestion might be, see if you can't weave in like side references, short scenes, little snippets that like hint at him. Maybe have him appear in the background and as a notable character, and people are like, well, why did you just describe this random character? And then have it like you see him again later as the payoff, right? Because the whole thing about like Chekhov's gun and stuff, right? But I think it's okay if you give him a lot of character development. Like, there's a lot of stuff happening. Yeah. Okay, Violet. Mm. So this is their secret weapon. They actually send their cats out. They're lion-sized cats. They send these lion-sized cats out with the knights to supplement their forces, fighting and storming all of the ships. Because the cats can the cats can manipulate their energy fields the same way the knights can. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's the battle. Okay. Okay. So this is the climax, this epic climactic battle where like the knights are fighting this desperate battle against these waves and waves of monsters using all these moves. Stuff's getting hurt. There's monsters coming from the sea and the sky, and it's massive. Lots of flashy super attacks. This is that big end of movie battle scene, right? Where they're so for 25, they're fighting the ships. They're storming out at the ships. They're tearing through the ships. So the ships start to retreat and fall back, and send in the monsters. So then they have to fall back to defend against the monsters, while there's getting bombarded by the enemy ships. But then the bombardments stop, one at a time, and then it's revealed. While the knights retreated, the cats didn't retreat. So the knights are fighting this desperate battle against these waves and waves of monsters. And the cats, with their bulletproof barriers, are tearing through the ships. There are 5 cats. Each cat is taking one ship at a time. So they're going 5 ships at a time through this fleet. Oh my gosh, I just realized some of the implications I made of the world building tonight completely changed. Like my plans for the second book completely changed now. Oh my gosh, gotta plan all that out. Yeah. Yeah. I think this gives it a completely different flavor. I don't have to deal with like uh all of the very real things. I can create kind of fantastical political drama. All right. I've outlined the entire thing. Now I have to go back to finishing the Archangel armor story that I'm halfway through. And I'll think about this, brainstorm this, probably do some stuff thinking about this for a while. Oh my gosh, almost a 5-hour stream. What are we doing, chat? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? What are we doing, chat? But yeah, I have to completely rethink how I'm doing book 2 now. But that's fine. And it does create the opportunity where now I could do a book 3 or continue the series. Like if I'm replanning book 2, I could change how book 2 ends. And I could change how book 2 ends, and it can, because originally I was planning for book 2 to be the end of the Catlandia story, but like if I'm changing how it ends, I could leave it open for more stories, and we could go to space and whatnot. Thank you, Violet. Thank you. This has been quite the ride. Okay, so anyway, let's wind down for the night. Thank you all for coming. It was great having all of you here while I brainstormed an entire new world. HR. The world of HR. Humanity's repose. All right, now I gotta finish writing the Archangel armor story because I want to finish that, and then by the time I'm done with that, I should have the outline trimmed up and nailed down, then I can start writing this story. And we'll see where it goes from there. At some point, I'll do gaming streams again. I don't know. We've been doing the writing streams for a while, and people seem to be enjoying them. So, like, even tonight, starting late, what am I looking at right now? YouTube is looking at 22 views, which is not my biggest thing of my writing streams, but we started late. Hey, there's no problem with that, Violet. Work at your own pace. All right. Anyway. So, for those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity about my viewers at the end of the stream. Shout out everyone who came tonight, which we had a number of people come through tonight. What the heck? Hold on. Oh, no, that cleared them all. Whoops. All right, so I know... let me go back through. We had... on the Twitch side, we had Nevermore 21. We had Silva, Red Demon's Dragon. We had... Oh, Nabiru was on the Twitch side. And Hattie was there as well. And also all the raiders who came through. Thank you for coming. On the YouTube side, we had Kalora, Jesus, LeMay, Nabiru, Noel Main, Violet, Shy was here tonight. That was nice. And I do believe that was everyone. For everyone who I've named so far, and anyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I want to tell all of you, I love all of you. And I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you all are truly special, one of a kind, and unique individuals. And you all are precious treasures of human beings. That each one of you possesses the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. I believe that you are valid and worthy of love and deserving of happiness and good things. I believe that you are important and that you matter. And I'm grateful to have you in this community. And thank you for making not only this community better, but my life better too. Have a good night, everybody. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. If you are watching on YouTube, then please be sure to like the stream if you haven't already. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to more people, and it really helps a lot. Yeah, it was great having you, Violet. And one thing I do ask is if you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. We'll probably be going back to Archangel Armor just to get back so I can keep chugging on that and get that finished. So we'll probably be going back to that, which will be nice to get away from all the political drama and get back to more action, adventure-y, romancy stuff. So I will see all of you Monday. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube and ding the notification bell. You can follow me on Twitch. You can follow me on Twitter or X. You can follow me on Blue Sky Social. You can like my Facebook. You can join my Discord. Links to all of those are in the description down below on YouTube and on the About page on Twitch. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You are not expected to give money to be welcome here. You are a valued member of this community, no matter whether you give money or not. With that said, I do very much appreciate the people who do give money and who have helped me with things in the past, who have made things possible for me that would not have been possible in other ways. Thank you for everything that you do. And I want you to know that it makes me feel special to know that people want to help me out. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so down in the description below on YouTube and on the donate button on Twitch. On YouTube, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a direct donation, and then there's a link to Ko-fi where you can do either a direct donation or sign up for a monthly donation, a monthly like membership donation thing. Now, there's no real rewards for the membership right now on Twitch. Not on Twitch. There's no real rewards for the membership on Ko-fi. It's just if you're just saying you want to help me out in a tangible way, and I appreciate each person who does that. With that said, I prefer if you do your direct donations through PayPal. I get more of the money. And then on Twitch, the donate button takes you to Ko-fi where you can do either direct donation or a monthly donation. Thank you all for coming and have yourselves a wonderful night. We'll see you all Monday.